we are back, and we're gonna be doing a few story quests to get them out of the way, and then the world quests, and then if we have time to do more, whatever is in our way. Hold on.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Savor patient porridge. Okay. Alright, let's go. We're gonna complete a lot of quests, at least the ones that involves Primogems, because we need to get Farina sooner or later. I haven't seen this one before. Oh yeah, because the reason I haven't seen it before is because I've never done this request before.
Right. That's close enough.
Settle down.
Cross over!
Silence!
I'm getting sick of this. Leave it all to me. See? Don't slip away.
An oversight on my...
You looking for trouble?
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Go!
We'll meet again. Settle down.
Steady as stone. I swear by my sword.
Bow your head. Be sanctified.
Nope. Cross over.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Steady as stone. Wind, hear me.
Settle down.
It took forever, but we got it. Actually, I'll go from the top this time. Actually, never mind. I need to be here anyway.
Bow your head.
I must leave no. This isn't good. Time to go. Go. Phew. Go. Leave it all to me.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Steady as I swear by my sword.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled. Settle down.
It's got more health.
Leave it all to me. Go and splash!
Silence! Bow your head.
Nice, got some money. Fuck. Whatever. Let's go over here. I just found this earlier. I didn't know there was another one in here. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll get this when I start live streaming this game again. Another achievement. Before I continue this path, I want to make sure. What's it called? Yeah, not make sure. I want to do the quests, the story quests first before we do anything else. This is about Neverlet, right?
We once thought the Fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but looking back on it, it really wasn't that bad at all. You've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. Oh, you mean Risley? He's definitely a pretty impressive leader. Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same... Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything feel super oppressive.
Excuse me, did I hear someone there?
Huh?
Excuse me, is someone passing by? Could you...
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But...
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you so much.
You're inside the box? Oh, no. Why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass by, you could have been...
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that's terrible. Did someone see...
No, it was nothing quite that serious. I'd just like some help finding my hat.
Just your hat? But then, wait, Paimon gets it! Something must have happened to your hair! Sorry. You just need your hat, right?
I think you may have misunderstood me, but it's a soft and brown hat with a bit of a brim. I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It was getting a bit hot, so I took it off and had a quick nap. But when I came to, it's really important to me, so your help would be...
Don't worry, we'll be...
Oh. We just started another one by accident. So this is Riley's story quest. Whoops. Wrong fucking one. I knew there was too weird. It was this one. The Melusines. Oh, yeah, this is a different one as well.
You followed us a
This is
long
Linny.
way. Why don't you come out and...
So you're Linny. And where's your sister? Ain't she... Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers.
Looks like... Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got...
Step right up.
Curses. Tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did.
Come on, let's scram!
Hurry, wise guys! We ain't through with the... Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic. And you're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to... Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened...
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us when she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information.
Gemma?
You again?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and so you could...
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything.
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well. And I hate... It's been 10 long years. And still, every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do... How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can...
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom because, you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance.
Okay.
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it...
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to...
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, Bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously.
I'm going to die. Where are we going?
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift the... There we go. It should be...
It's one of these. A domain.
Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further. What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Right up.
Steady us.
Settle down.
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing. There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look. These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
This is like a hidden chest somewhere. Oh, nothing.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mist. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe, aha! If I just move this book, then
He just
hopefully...
pops up like...
A secret passage with...
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and...
That's a chest I want to grab.
Leave it all to... Higher, higher, hands on fire!
Now disappear!
Settle down!
Why have you stopped, Lenny?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys... If anyone makes a major discovery, let's run...
All right, see ya!
Can't go
Seems
backwards.
like we can't step on the same tile twice. Guess we've got to finish it in one run, huh?
I'm trying to imagine it right now. Oh, I think I got it. There we go, I got it. What? I guess I was supposed to stand there. There we go. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Oh, again? Oh.
Wow! There's a... This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek.
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission.
Damn.
Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is they hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, that's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that they're after thinking things over. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. It seems like surely I have a good.
Honestly, I don't care.
Also, they wanted to call
keep
me
it going.
with time. Gemma thinks so. Two children came. Anyway, I told them that at one of my has a joke, so I wound up.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids?
Makes sense.
Hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on.
Fishy?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can...
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking. The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least, and no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes, and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but... Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of this box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that, once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain... From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the Opera House roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could...
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy...
I can make a pretty good... I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here. Which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed. Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task, but a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left. Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two. Until the bottom of the box, with the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was...
But in reality, someone switched the boxes! And they... But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Isn't that right?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this, but I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd...
You mean Gemma? So you are the...
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just... Which is why you can't leave this...
Bow your head.
Steady us. Cross over.
Step right up.
settle down.
I must leave no...
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't... I think it's high time you started talking. And what I'd really like to know is...
If I had a Mora for every time you've said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real he was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made...
So I was jealous.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me... Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing. He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy... I had to kill him.
And this was your own...
It was reason enough. What other motive would...
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but...
In love with Gemma? Don't...
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question.
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the soul... I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of...
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted Hive. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the...
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. So be it. I've been...
Very well. In the... Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you
At least I can finally stop looking over my...
Lily has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar? And...
Look who's fine. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we...
Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With...
Good point! We should go tell Gemma the good news.
Ah, you're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
That's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more...
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody at...
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers, but you don't need to be scared anymore.
Sorry, I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious. But I had people watching me all the time, so I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something. Thank you all.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. At least his soul can finally rest in...
If only I...
Don't blame yourself.
Yeah.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to... This show will be a special one.
In Caesar's honor.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna... Wait.
Free magic show.
Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not. Linny changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well. Guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
Not a lot of people here at all. Oh, there we go.
Paimon's excited to see another of Linny's magic show!
Not this time. My brother's going solo today, so I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready. The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us.
Wow!
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just...
No wonder. Caesar was so... How did you...
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them, and somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So...
Aw, that sounds so...
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and... I was so happy that day. Nope.
Oh, that's so cute!
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So, after all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right.
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now.
See? Even Lynette says the Phantom Weasel! Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean?
As Lenny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for them. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act?
What are you talking about? Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and...
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places. Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk...
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the... This is a big mistake for a magician to make. But thankfully, I do have a backup plan.
Lenny? Don't we have more important things to address? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago.
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer.
Really? Well then, let's hear it.
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hand. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her... After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So, being the master deceiver she was, the Weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now, all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the Weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind... But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale.
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the Weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me? Even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in, but why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out, even at the end, instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
I was actually questioning myself about that too.
Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
I was questioning, like, how did he threaten her for over 10 years, and she's been, I don't know, I just think she could have got help a long time ago. They can't threaten her for 10 years and shit, like, I don't know, I don't think that's possible.
Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really... Why would the real Weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you share...
Of course. After all, we're just If I had to guess, I would say that the real Weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died, she'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was... This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. I detest the happiness. I will rob them of everything they hold to be...
That's some pretty...
Does this story
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter? Because without that, none of this would have ever come...
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House.
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did...
10 years ago? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all... He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble.
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget. And so we...
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see.
Free? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehood, I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and... Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing...
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill... Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from it? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal, and you're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now. And I guarantee you.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Linny to perform. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well,
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed. We have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm Traveler, Paimon. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are...
Lenny, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So,
Like Lenny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and...
what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lenny after the show, you know where he'll be.
All right. Well...
Charla's right there.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
What's up, V-Player?
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next...
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, whew. Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale. Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where did... exactly it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Lenny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that... Alright, let's go... Lenny! There you are. Are you alright? Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spin. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him. I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were, but I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, but in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly,
Lenny...
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul. But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go.
What are you talking about, V-Player?
After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma.
Yeah, cheer up. We've had to say our fair. Delicious food, fun you know, Traveler, doesn't that kinda make you Paimon's truth?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me, and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right. Time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Winnie, could you...
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything.
Oh, all right then. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your...
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me.
3?
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers...
Really? Let's see.
Wow,
there it is! Oh,
it's the same one, though.
From the last time, right? This one's called... But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done, please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me... Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and...
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I look forward to...
All right, shall we head back down too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read this. Let's head to the Steambird's office.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lenny, I'll only take a moment of your time. If you would be so...
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and I was going to go to print this, but just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel.
That was...
Too late, bro. That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in. Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Lenny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her
Okay then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Lenny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Lenny started using rainbow...
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No,
What? What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong? This is getting pretty awkward.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get... Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame... All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation.
Lynette?
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying...
Oh, really?
Oh, thank you. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both.
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Sweet. Alright, now to do navalettes. Are we already done with it? What remains of the past day?
It's Monsieur Nervalet.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Welcome to the Fortress of Meripede, dear esteemed guests.
We're back! Oh, and a greeting from none other than the Duke himself. Guess we've made a name for—
This isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and cut right to the chase. I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted to round up the other inmates and instigate a protest.
Who does this guy think he is? Paimon hopes nothing came of it.
He once attempted to, I said, meaning that it was over before it even started. And now he's threatening Melazines, is he? To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator. The fact that the three of you bothered to personally investigate raises a flag. Is there something else going on behind the scenes?
He's got the same concerns we do.
I am concerned about this incident because something similar has occurred in the past. I wish to meet Domenico in person and have my questions answered. That's an easy one. Let me think.
Oh, did I hear someone say Melazine? What happened? Zijwing! Yeah, and we're investigating. Really? Is Kiara gonna—
There's no need to worry. Clarande is protecting her as we speak.
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still—
Ah, head nurse. Do you require me to personally deal with the criminal? Writhely. Okay, I get it. I'll bring Domenico to you. That's your only demand. Think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord, not to formally transfer a criminal for trial. I urge you to set aside any concern. Thanks for the trouble. Consider me—
Whoa! If Paimon were the Duke, Paimon would take this chance to ask for something really important.
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Nervalet would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Domenico and make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times, so I'm sure she has a lot to say.
Please come with me to the infirmary. Ah, and watch your step. There's—
Now that I think about it, I can leave this place soon. Huh?
Please rest here. Oh, and would anyone like any— Paimon's not that thirsty. Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that. I'll bring you some tea. I'm— Typical Zijwing. Concerned about everyone's— why aren't you two saying anything?
You noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests looked quite familiar.
Familiar? Paimon didn't even realize they were wearing. But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
That's not a bad idea. I will stay here and wait for new...
Anything you need? Oh, this? Are you interested in joining the mutual aid net?
What's that?
We have a very long history, going back as far as 4. We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have much of a reputation. But everyone treats each other like that. Helping each other is our purpose. At the same time, we seek to maintain just dealings as—
Sounds like a pretty neat one.
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not especially powerful either. We're at a natural disadvantage here in the fortress, but people won't give us a hard time if we stick together.
You two look— It's the symbol of the mutual aid network designed by our first president. From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those medals for myself, though. The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as he was, he never used his strength against anyone. He encouraged the weaker criminals to stick together and look— All of us have a lot of respect.
Interested in joining the mutual aid? If you'd like to learn more, here's our flyer. Our slogan may have evolved over the centuries, but our goal has remained unchanged. Here, this book is for you. You're welcome to come.
We should have gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
Did you manage to gather it?
The people who wore the badges belong to an organization called the According to them, the badge's design was inspired by the Medal of Peace.
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were awarded to Carol and Vautrin. Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that remained should belong to Vautrin.
Oh, so the network was in—
Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his office. He's—
All right. Let us talk to—
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman. Why don't you explain everything to him?
Neuvillette? What do you want?
Calm down. I merely want to ask you, was it your idea to send— Hassan has already confessed, so there really isn't any need—
That idiot!
Let me ask this another way. It was your idea to send that letter, correct? Who is pulling you—
What? You're not trying to frame me for—
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally— I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede has something to do with this as well.
I can do that.
You see, I only intended to do some small business at first. Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of more. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Marechaussee Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited items, but I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my—
And then you decided to take revenge on the Melazines?
My initial target was Neuvillette. Everyone in the Fortress of Meripede was declared guilty by him, after all. So they must more or less hold a grudge against him, right? If I could— But for some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual aid network in particular. What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge me? In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melazines to salvage things. I recall that Chiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter, claiming that I meant to contact— But the letter was in fact addressed to Essa. I requested that he write a threat letter to Chiara and force it to resign from the Marechaussee—
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts? Have you been in contact with any suspicion?
No.
Is it true that all members involved in the smuggling scandal have been—
Yes.
Sijuin, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later. So, Monsieur Neuvillette, you were concerned that there might be a shadowy faction looking to capitalize on the delicate situation with the Melazines to stir up greater...
Yes, I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared.
And how long ago was this?
More than 400
You might be overthinking. Time can change a lot of things. Everything's...
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melazines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melazines, people wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I trust that they would make different choices from before.
That's right! We saw lots of people standing up...
Monsieur Neuvillette, the Melazines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you. When people refused to place their trust in Melazines, it was because they were still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice. For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless of whatever nonsense went on. People no longer have any reservations about you, and even consider you a symbol of the law. Right now, your every decision will impact all of Fontaine. In other words, you've gradually transformed the whole...
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
I am undeserving of such high compliments. From my perspective, I have simply been fulfilling my duty. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply fulfilling the promises I've made and searching for... It is unnecessary to hold me in such high regard. The complexity of human emotions and willpower far exceed those of mine. As a matter of fact, I believe that you are the ones who deserve my...
There's no need to be so modest. The current state of affairs says it all. You're no longer that outsider you were before. Even if you wished to investigate something on your own, many would take the initiative to lend you a hand.
I must say that you've made a fair point. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now that the case has been settled,
Huh? You're leaving?
And so soon, too? Why not stay for...
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, there will inevitably be those who harbor resentment towards me. The less time I spend here, the better. My presence could very well result in an unwanted disturbance.
In that case, I'll have to insist. I still have two more things.
Please.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Ah, I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Memoria's staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore, I leave that matter in your...
Well, that makes things a lot easier. Hey now, don't let your imagination run wild. Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thoughts will put you at high risk. I'll have a chat with the guard and remind him to take precautions in the future.
I see no issues with that.
Great! That's one thing out of the way.
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity. Now, I've heard that you investigated the mutual...
Yep. Neuvillette thought their badges looked...
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the fortress of Meripede. They were not great in number, but every member always made sure to stand up for what was right. I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial and was sentenced to imprisonment in the fortress. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had never once engaged in physical or verbal aggression. In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different from his behavior in court.
What? During his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be full of resentment, and I believe he had every right to feel that.
Perhaps he had been putting on an act.
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice would make an impartial judgment. Thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding justice. And to those who had been sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one. That's all from me. Does anyone else have anything to say? Now's your chance.
I don't have anything to say, apart from expressing my gratitude. Well then, let us head back.
Please, take care.
That trial is something I rarely bring up in conversation, but I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Paimon agrees
I think
with
you're a
everything
big
Risley
fucking...
said.
No, okay.
As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on Fontaine. Hey!
What I really think is every trial you've ever judged has left its impression on you. And that's what makes you who you are today.
That is indeed a reason. As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself. But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further.
Oh, huh? It's raining! Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes me so many answers.
Nervillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Nervillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Is the matter...
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a close eye on him, so the Melusine should be safe now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you up.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our own accord.
By the way...
At the Palais Mermonia, more than 50 people offered to protect her. Some even hid within the bushes to look out for danger.
50? Jesus.
I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy. So I asked her to stay inside the Palais.
What a relief.
Well, now it looks like the dust has finally to celebrate this joyous occasion. Monsieur Nouvelette, would you be...
That's not how you celebrate...
I will... Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month. Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Yes!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation. I hope it will assuage the concerns of all. Kiara? It's quite all right. I'm here to tell you that we have caught the sender of that threat.
Thank you, monsieur, and thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon. Everyone's been so nice to me, so I've always felt...
Do you remember Domenico?
Let me think. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. Where's she gone, by the way? I haven't seen... in my dream, she looked really happy. She held my hand and said, Kiara, our dreams have... I can't remember what our dreams were anymore. And I don't know why.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed a delight.
Monsieur... Oh, I almost forgot. Am I allowed to... I promised to model for Ayla...
Of course.
See you next time, Miss...
See you next time.
Oh, let's do our Farina's quest. It's out. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, definitely not. Because we already did it. Yep. Oh. Never mind. It's because it's not 3 o'clock yet. Yeah, we got 1 more hour and 2 minutes before the commissioners are resetted. Okay, that makes sense. What's this one? Oh yeah, Rising. Yeah. This one might be more boring. Who knows? It could probably surprise me.
Paimon doesn't see anything here. Let's go somewhere else.
Oh, there we go.
Just where is that thing?
It's just, I guess it's 2 o'clock now, not 3 o'clock. Cool. Alright. Forget this. I'm going to do this. Farina is more interesting right now. Fuck. Alright, whatever. I was just talking through a bush.
Silence!
Steady as stone.
Higher, higher, hands on fire!
Fresh, no slacking off! Be sanctified. Let's end this quickly!
Full is one!
Settle down!
Barbados, guide us! See? It's over! Go!
Let's end this quickly! I'll go ahead.
Help but feel that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt.
to me.
Settle down.
Ad Ast. Thank you for Ad Ast.
The little Oceanine.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? You know we're worth it. For quality work and speedy results, choose Paimon and the Trap.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a...
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring a musical.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution.
Farina.
Maybe...
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon. Paimon approved! Hello there, are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be... That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll
disband? You're splitting...
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah. This is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's a note the show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold...
Got it! We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can... what if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're... That was a joke.
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be...
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes. Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on... Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! What?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my It is my duty to support commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina.
Yeah, where's she living now, huh? The little ocean island.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't an earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags.
Damn, she really went back. She really fell off.
I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude. Questioning my cooking skills. It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre faucilor or blubber profiteroles in no time.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my... Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please...
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't... Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either!
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, Well, if that's the case, then fine. So tell me, what... Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse your... After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities, but given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your cap.
How come? It sounds like this is
true. But I have made a decision to retire. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand. This is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick.
Sure. Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to. No, if I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself. Which would be the same as not having a boundary. So I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have... Do you know any other actors who might be interested?
Nope.
Short and to the point.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I drew a line in the sand without thinking about every possible grain on the other.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance...
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of any... Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone... Yeah, I guess that's all we...
Toodaloo to you, too.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many... Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's...
And that gives you the right to make a decision...
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission...
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did...
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for...
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such... You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was all...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so hard?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to...
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able... I share everyone's desire to commemorate. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot to... Alright, I'm coming. Nope.
Fucking living.
Hello, Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said, and all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. And I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been...
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady...
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, if the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just... Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in this serial disappearances case.
Oh.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director...
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really...
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire none of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but sure... It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than...
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings, who I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell...
Yes, exactly. We all miss her.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced, but only if you feel this is something that would...
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epicles is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability. What about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before. And so I should like to...
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action.
No. This is a completely different situation.
The name's not Swine, it's Pine.
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances. Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf. I'm sure they needn't. You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on...
So, you were saying The Little...
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by one of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can...
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the protagonist of the story is: a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form. Despite the protests she longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down.
So far, so good.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the direct...
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of it.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a...
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo, and he went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of...
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use...
Whistle. Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to... So, allons-y.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for...
Alright. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great...
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script.
Okay then. Looking forward to...
So, as expected, he...
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you...
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Palo? Looks like you could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made...
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here...
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. Get over here, you!
How are things in Poisson now?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories. But we don't have to let them cloud everything. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past.
Thank you for your words of comfort. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier, which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget. After the Hydro Archons enact to avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress, playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all. Like my father. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. So maybe she's right. You're the closest thing. I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know it's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or... I guess I wasn't quite ready for this.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rosula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all...
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories, they thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, and all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my... Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such everyone rose to their responsibilities. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to be.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
A reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one who... I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining...
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hand. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head...
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of...
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk.
Oh no, looks like there are... We're back! Could you maybe put your different...
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your... Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too...
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl.
Me?
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he... outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid.
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness.
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your...
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But it was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up.
She sounds like a really incredible...
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our... I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you...
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds, and I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of... She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people, the little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land as a...
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover. And the...
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love. One that extended to all of humanity.
Surely, there's actually something else that... You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as... What about if... the little...
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present...
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director O'Reilly's death. Both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director O'Reilly had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was...
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role...
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because... well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deep...
What? You kept that one...
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we... I did tell her how I felt once. But she turned me to... She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. And she never considered us as potential... Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe. And I'd always be... I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant... Well, maybe then she could... reconsider what she really... And now... So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a...
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go...
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final... Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through, right?
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Hope always for you. What? Well, now it is. Now it is fucking it up.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
I'll just do a boss fight. While I wait. I need to do this boss fight anyway. I gotta use my strongest character since I can only use 2. Wanderer. Yeah. Let's see how this goes.
Squall Fury. Too slow. Behold. Squall Fury.
Too late for regret.
Behold! You're dead!
What? Still hit me?
Wretched vermin!
Have fun with this gift! We'll see about that!
The wind rises.
Too late for regrets!
Quit following me. Cry louder!
Dare to mess with me, ears of the storm!
Behold! How amusing.
Wow.
Into the abyss.
Jesus Christ, I did a shit ton of damage.
The wind rises.
Too late for regrets!
Come on. This guy fucking does a shit ton of damage.
Unsightly insects. following me. Squall and Fury.
No!
The
Come
price
on!
for my sins.
That is such horse shit, dude. Fucking the Wanderer is too slow. We'll just do it like this. It's gonna be slower, but fuck it.
Stabilize. The wind rises. Upon the gale.
I will have order. Solidify.
Squall and Fury. Upon the gale. The wind rises. Cry louder.
Gather.
Quit following me.
Stabilize.
Behold. Squall and Fury. Unsightly insects.
Order guide you.
The wind rises. Too slow.
Ah, yes. 3. What's up with you? Oh, you're done. Sad. I'm gonna have to replace her. Who was it? No, it wasn't her. It was this guy.
Relax.
Was this one, right?
I cannot help but feel that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt.
That's crazy.
Silence! Justice is blood.
Fine, fine, go! Dumpy, dumpy, go!
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head. Silence! Settle down! Be sanctified. An oversight on my part.
I forgot how to do this.
Bow your
I think I know what though. There we go. This one back? Oh. Oh, here comes the big boy.
Fine, fine, go!
Settle down! Silence! The tides beckon.
Nice, impressive. Yes.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Another person's here?
La la la, ta ta ta. Boing, boing. Aw.
Allow me to
La la la. Jumpy, jumpy, go. Aw.
Rip Titan cameraman, Fluffy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, we need Dendro. Fuck. I forgot I need Dendro. God damn it. I forgot I need Dendro. Oh, let's get that heated out. I like how you spent so much time ready for. Oh, god damn it.
Was it an accident? Grow.
Did I get 3? I don't think I did. Oh no, I got it. Where the fuck am I going? Where am I going? Oh, slimes. I forgot about slimes. Damn, I'm already out of Mora. That's crazy. What is he doing, man? I don't think he understands English. I think that's what he was trying to do. When he first got here, he spent like 5 minutes just standing there. He was trying to like translate himself to English. I think that's what was going on. Damn, I had to get lucky here. Nope, I didn't get lucky. Alright, fuck. Oh, STD. Okay, you replied. Cool. What are you talking about? Player 2.
Hey! Jumpy, jumpy,
Ooh, we need this. We need this. We gotta do it.
la la la.
Huh?
Silly churl, Billy churl.
We can do it!
I don't have Furina, so it doesn't even matter to me. I have to get super lucky if I get her now.
Go, Barbara, go!
Time for takeoff.
Brace yourselves.
Let's play.
Think you can get away?
That was close. Skip it, diggle it.
La la la.
The show begins.
La la la.
Taking a turn for the best.
Next on the agenda.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first.
Next on the agenda.
I'll protect you.
No touching.
Mind the side
We're way behind schedule.
A bigger rope to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
No touching. Blaze over. Protect you with fear. Next on the agenda.
Remember, health comes first.
Go, Barbara, go! Next on the agenda... We're way behind schedule.
Alright, back to what we're doing.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods.
Come
What?
on.
I gotta do this
anyway.
again?
Are you kidding me?
Whatever.
I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing. We're back! Could you maybe put your different...
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Paulo's nearly done.
Great! So
Me?
He was original.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid.
That's right. He has some. If you become human.
wait, that sounds kind...
It's the most important line in the She kept... It was only after...
You mentioned earlier about the...
Yeah, I spent some... It was like that. She took me...
She sounds like a...
She really was. I was a lost child too. The other kids were all. One day. Yeah.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Farina? The Farina?
Please.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. Yes, the script, of course. I'm sure you're all... She finds love. The people start to know the little Oceanid. In the end...
Consciousness?
Water as...
Since the little Oceanid is... Her lover accepts the little Oceanid.
And then?
In the end...
Huh?
Well, she...
Through her love for her...
There's actually something out. You know the If we're serious...
That sounds like...
That ending would be on the day when she went missing. We waited and we looked for her.
The director?
I've been trying...
Vilma?
Yeah.
Grief? Because...
What?
It's time to be upfront. I did tell... She said that we were all... Not that it came... I said, maybe one... Well, maybe... And now... So if I'm the...
We've all had our differences of...
Well, if that's what...
Are you ready to...
Honestly? Funny you should ask, though.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not...
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen...
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into Indemnitium.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power... As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
Hey, lay off, all right? My bluff is hanging from a thread here. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Please.
Aww, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes on
Sorry to leave all the heavy lift.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Bow your head.
As a dutiful maid would. Leave it all
Wrong
to
one.
Time to go. See? I swear by my sword.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Whoops.
Vilma!
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except...
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us.
Vilma, avoiding the truth will... Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame, but now I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to...
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performance. It seemed like a win-win. So, I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods, the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was but she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collab. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe and it wasn't my fault, but things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There.
Hey, don't say...
You traitor! What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. How could you be...
Please, try not to get too...
Yeah, listen to him!
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show. How about taking some...
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want, end my life, so I can meet the director and...
Get out of my sight! Go!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationship? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance...
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart... But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how what she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think if you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director Aurelie and the home she... What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment, if she'd seen Paulo and Villemont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them.
Really? But she sounded like such a...
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really...
What you said.
I'm truly sorry.
It's all right. Let's...
So, the ending.
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, think the end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victim. If you could find anything that Aurelie left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on Aurelie's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in...
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application.
So, this is all Aurelie left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on...
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovered... Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiment. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vacher's guilt.
Vacher took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable.
I guess Aurelie must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators. Wait. It cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably... Her final words are... I'll let you read them.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, I can't bear to think how painful... wait. This... If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Isn't
that the most important line in the...
Because I am an older sister.
Oh!
So she didn't regret her decision. Even as she sat in silence, waiting. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director Aurelie.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death.
Even in the last moments of her life.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible. Even we know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. To make this, I won't ask for your forgiveness.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned if you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role. Pouring all your emotion and aren't human emotions. Love, hate, regret, and hope. Just the most mesmerizing things in this. I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina.
Then, let's not delay things any longer.
Actually, before that, I'd like to, during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of...
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just... Besides, a role commemorating her life should be...
Well, if you're sure you're okay...
Now, alright. I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure it.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the...
Whoa, wait.
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of...
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that O'Reilly's story is unworthy of the grandest...
No, that's not what I...
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervilette. I know just where to find him.
Oh, he's right here. Talk to her, Rena.
Hey, look at that. Looks like I guessed right.
You were just...
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things up. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on... I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
What do you mean?
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from D...
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom. But I've developed a great sense of curiosity about...
I'm truly delighted to see you find a new lease on... Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return?
Why would you suddenly ask a question?
Well, if the little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever, nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has I must admit, though, I'm a little envious.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy. Yet, I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Good news, everyone. It's thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the...
This is truly...
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation.
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far.
It's amazing. Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up.
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the...
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we...
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen... If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her...
Why? Why does it have...
Hey, what's going on? You're due on... Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only
I figured whatever it took to get me through this fight.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my...
I'm sorry.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its...
Miss Farina?
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it.
Please take Dulphie back to her place to rest. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything...
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so bright?
It's her pure heart, despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure. She never...
Well said. I leave director Ora...
Oh, I can see this. Where's the cinematic scene? I want to see it right now. Please. Thank you.
Is she here yet?
Let's get here.
She's not coming.
You're wrong. She's here.
Oh, remember now.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi.
But what about your wish?
My... wish...
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage? She hasn't been seen for a while now.
Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as super... The Little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, it's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself. Even still, I have to. It felt good to be.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was for. She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing?
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go. After all, It's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of...
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying! Nice!
I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Let's go check on her as soon as we finish.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely... If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set.
I do kind of understand. Visions are only given when they show the true selves and ready to be a hero. I'm pretty sure that's wrong, but the right idea is there. The perfect person, right for the job, to have a vision.
You're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her...
How did the performance go? Was it a success?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Furina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning.
That's one. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
So, this confirms, I guess, Furina is not a fucking Archon.
Well,
Archon.
one way or another,
Hydro
we did
Archon.
it.
There is no Hydro Archon.
I've had bad luck ever
Fucking
since I
sucks.
was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue.
Aw, you two clearly care.
I don't know what you're talking...
You mean we never stop arguing with each...
So, any plans? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the Little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all...
After all this happened, I should give you guys some space.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Furina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't...
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll... What about you, Miss Furina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally act. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go— Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, but from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people, and I want to watch them blossom and wither. I'm sure this is what captivated.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your truth. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Yep.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fizz.
I think we're gonna get an Act 2 for Farina. We'll see. For next update. I think it needs an Act 2, but if not, then it's alright. I just want to see how much she grew, and now that and how she is today, which is, you know, how she fights and shit. I want an Act 2 only because I want to see how she met those 3 little creatures, sea creatures. I don't know, maybe it's not that deep though. We'll see. Yeah, we gotta keep doing this.
Nothing in the water either. Oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen anything that looks like a Huh, that's a good idea. If he's just looking to cover his head, then it shouldn't matter what kind of— Why don't we check out the rag and bone shop? If memory serves, they got all kinds of— You let Paimon pick out some other stuff too, right? If we're going— Well, either way, let's— Paimon doesn't remember you being the boss.
Well, I'm just standing in for Mr. Alvar while he's off restocking the shop. Now, just wait a sec. A blonde foreigner dressed all in white, accompanied by a glaze-covered flying chunk of gingerbread. Oh, you must be the legendary traveler.
No! Well, you're half right. Paimon's the traveler's treasured companion, sure, but she's not some flying chunk of ginger—
Sorry, I never thought I'd get the chance to see you with my own eyes, so got a bit ahead of myself. I hope you find it in your magnanimous hearts to forgive my discourtesy.
There's no need to put yourself down like that. Paimon's—
Why, your heroic actions at Aeneas have long made their way to the— We heard that you were personally received by His Grace when you made your way down here, you know, and you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced to you. Well, I'd figure you'd appreciate honesty. After all, I also only joined up here because I'd heard Mr. Alvar was a good friend. And though I've only caught scant sight of his grace since then, as fate would have it, I've become fast friends with Mr. I mean, we've all got agendas, but rather than trying to force something to be true...
It is so British.
Oh, so now you're trying to kiss
Or
up
something
to
like
us.
that, I don't know.
Well, I did mean it when I called you legends, and it is indeed an honor to meet the two of you. Oh, enough of that. Is there something you're looking for? No problem. And it... Hey, feel free to check out anything you want. The credit...
Wait, but that's,
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of more or coupons, Mr. Alvar usually lets me just take my pick of our goods. Life's been pretty good recently, so I might as well just waive your bill. Never hurts to make some friends.
all right. Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want more? These opportunities don't come by.
It's all right. Two will do. It just doesn't feel the same if the owner's offering everything to you for free. But anyway, we don't need to get into that right now. We can... Thank you so much.
No problem, and thank you for your patronage. I'd appreciate it if you could put in a nice word for our establishment the next time you speak to His Grace.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good reviews. We've been gone a while. I'm in hopes that guy in the box hasn't passed out from lack of air. You can come out now.
You did? Oh, Archon, you...
Wait, so you're not actually bald? You've got such a full head of hair.
I mean, I told you that there had been a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with... Wait,
Well, we got you a new one. We tried really hard to look for your hat, but no dice.
I see! Thank you so much. I'm really grateful, but unfortunately, there's just something special.
Does it have some kind of sentiment?
Sorry, I can't explain at the moment. Time's tight as well, so I suppose I'll keep...
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up over here. Is it yours?
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Risley!
Well, it's a slow day today, so I decided to go for a little stroll. Even if your workspace isn't cramped, it's still... I'll say, I'm not at all surprised to find the two of you here. You never could turn down someone's request for help.
It's what good adventurers do, after all.
Is that so? Maybe I should consider asking the Adventurers Guild to open... As I recall, these hats are very important to members of the Beret Society. Best you avoid misplacing it again. You might not have the same luck next time.
Understood. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Why did he... Oh, and has he done something wrong? When he saw you, it was as if he'd seen a ghost.
Oh, not at all. In fact, members of the Beret Society are model prisoners. They work hard and never get into trouble. They save me a lot of work, in fact. As for him, I'd guess he's just more of an introvert. It's not unusual for the more shy prisoners to freak out when I show up on an...
Huh? Shy? There are prisoners who are afraid to talk to...
Prisoners are still people, after all. There are as many crimes and motives as there are stars in the sky. The idea of the criminal as a selfish, heartless brute is just a stereotype. Such labels could never capture the complexity of even a single individual person.
I just finished Farina's quest, and I found out why she has powers now. It's because she got gifted from the gods, which is awesome. I just wish I'd get to see how she, you know. Hell yeah, you got Farina? Nice. Everyone's trying to load up Farina. There's one person came to my world, got all of my materials for Farina. Since I don't have Farina, I don't care. And 20 minutes later, when he was still here, a guy wanted the same thing. And yeah, the first guy like, oh, they took them all, so go fuck yourself, basically. And yeah, the second guy, He was looking for nothing the entire time. So that was kind of funny. And 70 something pity. Mine was 80 and I got Daya, so mine is a guarantee at least. But yeah, I think there's gonna be an Act 2 for Farina story quest. I think there should be anyway, because I really want to see how she grew up, and especially how she learned her powers and how she met her 3 sea friends, you know, her sea animals. I just want to see Act 2 of it. I really think there should be an Act 2. You have 92 for Fontaine new characters?
What kind of a person a prisoner may be and why they've committed a crime. We'd never know these things if they don't share their story with us.
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway, it's all good as long as it makes sense to you.
Although most of the societies here will just turn individual brawls into mass ones, the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying to... If you have some time, why don't we grab
Navia's a
something at the
4-star,
Coupon
isn't she?
Cafeteria? And if you're still interested in the
I'll
Berets
get her
after
no
that,
matter
I can
what,
take
if
you to
she's
their
a
usual
4-star.
gathering place as well.
Paimon's not the biggest fan of that cafeteria, but if...
Alright then, please follow...
Yeah, because I gotta go for Sino and Yadato as a Nayato. Yahiko? I don't know. I gotta go for those guys anyway. No, she's a 4-star. I've seen the Twitter post, or was it fucking Reddit? I don't remember, but I know she is officially a 4-star. So she's gonna appear next banner in 4.3. Is this 4.2 right now? I don't remember. If not, in 4.4, this is 4.3. But yeah, she's coming next second half of the month. Yeah, pretty much. I think that character is a 4-star too, but I don't remember, so there's a huge chance that she is a 5-star character. I know for a fact though that what's her name again? Navia is a 4-star character for sure.
Welcome, Your Grace, and the Traveler. Would you like 3 orders of today's welfare meal? Unfortunately, we weren't informed of your visit in advance, so we didn't prepare any super deluxe welfare meals today.
I'll pass on the food, then. What about you?
Then Paimon will also pass. Paimon will save her stomach for something better.
What a pity. It would seem that none of us can properly appreciate your skills, Walsey.
Then I must beg Your Grace to find me some more ingredients, so I can come up with some more welfare meal. If you're not in the mood to eat, I can get you some drinks. We just got some great shipment.
Yes, please? Huh. Paimon didn't know you could get non-welfare stuff at this point.
It's not for everyone. Think of it as a special
Oh, now that's what Paimon likes.
2 bottles coming right up.
Our first meeting took place on short notice, and we were both swamped by everything that happened after, so there was no time for more casual chit-chat. I'm actually quite fond of stories, you know. Of course, the others have already told me a lot about your deeds in Fontaine, but I'd love to hear it straight from the source.
Whoa. That'd be quite the long story.
That's a bit too humble for you. Even the most unintentional action can catalyze new developments and force many fates onto brand...
That guy we talked to earlier was obviously trying to get us to put in a good word for him, but you're the Duke, right? Why would you need to get on our good side?
Well, after all, you did help the Fortress and I maintain our autonomy. Is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a story to offer about myself. I was convicted and sent here at an early age. I only became the top dog after spending a long time figuring out its inner workings. Power and control come in many forms. Some fair and ethical, others less so. And since we're all sinners here, the victor calls the shots, no matter how they manage to get to the top. So, what do you think? Didn't put you much more at ease, now did it?
Kinda. You're really different from most of the people we've met.
I'm perfectly aware of that too, but even so, that doesn't make me think any less of you. I would very much like to maintain friendly relations with you two.
Your Grace, after following your instructions, we were able to find a box of undeclared contraband in the latest shipment. They were extremely well hidden, and we've confirmed that the senders have been using this method to smuggle goods for a while. We're trying to trace the goods to their source.
Got it. Leave the box here and contact me immediately if you make any progress.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned something about contraband.
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the most ordinary hats. So we have to examine everything carefully. Now, what do we have here?
Whoa, this is certainly a box of curiosities. Mora, snacks, yarn, balls, ropes, mechanical parts, and even a gem? Wait, if you've confiscated this entire box, then does that...
Yep. We can't just send them back up now, can we?
What? But that's just insane profit! Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well?
It's only been a couple minutes since we agreed to continue friendly relations with each other, and you're already planning to overthrow me? Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be so interested in this box. How about this, then? You can pick anything you want from it. Consider it a...
Really? You'll let Paimon pick anything? No take-backs. Paimon will have you know that she's got a real good eye for treasure.
I never joke about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants... this one. This dark, sparkly gem. You just know it must be what... Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this gem anymore. Can Paimon pick something else instead? There's something weird about this gem. Paimon remembered a lot of bad things when she... Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's as if the gem was just drawing them out of Paimon's brain.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fun. Fair enough. Go ahead. I don't think it'll have a permanent effect.
My sister.
Are you okay, Traveler?
Yep, I knew
You
it.
also saw something, right?
I'll take this gem then and run a thorough investigation on its properties. Paimon, feel free to pick...
Then... actually, never mind. Paimon's gonna pass. Paimon was thinking about one of the snacks, but who knows if it'll also make Paimon sick.
You do have a point. Seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. Let's go check out this society's gap. I can introduce you, and we can also continue our conversation.
Wait, are you this free every day or...
Just noticed? I wasn't exactly busy the first time we met, either.
Yeah, that is true.
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace. All of us are these your two guests?
Mm-hmm. Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dugier, the head of the Beret Society. This is their gathering place. Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety of books and other resources.
Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars, which are always well attended.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you would. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time. I remember that feeling all too well. None of us... But that's when the thought came to me. If we could help everyone turn over a new leaf, they would no longer... Thus, it was with your help.
Oh, so you were also a...
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow procedure and rubber stamp the application. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, not everyone takes their sentence seriously. For some, this is just another place where they can eat, breathe, and sleep. But the Society is a great place for those who wish to turn things around.
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals. Everyone can focus on rehabilitating our mental states and even make... Our operations are entirely...
Who knew you could find such a place in the Oh, right, and what's the deal with the hat?
There's nothing deep about it. I just felt like we needed some kind of visible identifier. If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then and when we're together, we will feel a sense of community from seeing everyone's hats. Optimism, community.
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen, which also helps them recruit new members.
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal as well.
Everyone has a fucking unique accent here, man.
There's no need for us to stand. I'll ask the
Who
members
need
to
no
get us some drinks.
understand?
Please, wait here just
How
one
dare
moment.
you?
Feel free to look around,
Filthy
too, if you want to learn more about
motherfucker.
us.
Oh, right. What happened to your slow day, right?
Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen sense of observation. I'll bear that in mind the next time I... kidding, of course. We're just discussing some small matters. It shouldn't take long. We've also already gone over the organization's vision. Instead of listening to me try to explain some more, maybe it'd be better if you took a look around for your...
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Well, we're already here, aren't we? Yeah, they're supposed to be like the model prisoners, right? So... Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke, are you not? We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves. Yeah, most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies on their time in the organization. Some quit drinking. Some learned to tailor. Some became real good at calligraphy. And even I've learned to use a camera. We find it kind of funny. You see, had we managed to stay above ground, none of us would have ever had the time to learn any of those.
It's because you all have a lot more free time.
Not only that, but we've also now got the mental space to think about taking on new things. Before we came here, we were constantly exhausted just trying to live. With how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though, all we need to do is think about the things that we want to do. You never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all, there's no need to conform to societal expectations when you're already in jail.
So this is something like...
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's it.
Don't worry, we...
Welcome to our
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's not... I'm sure, Mr. Douche. Besides this space, these rooms are open to all of our members. We want
Wow, that...
Unfortunately, we started a collaboration with the Kef...
Yeah, Paimon can definitely...
Yep, and that's exactly why we all think...
Hey, you there, newbie.
Hello? Are you...
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, why don't you follow my lead and take a deep breath before letting every... Ha! With one shout. Why don't you also give it... Feeling shy? That's alright. Just remember to take a deep breath and let it all...
you've talked to everybody, that would explain... Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap up...
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend to those matters.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this? Now, note that your opinion will also affect my review of Dugier and the Society.
Oh, wait. I didn't know they were also a part of the evaluation. It's all right with me, though. I'm pretty confident about our growth.
Paimon thinks it's something anyone expected you to get a society going here of all places.
Yeah, you're right. By themselves, our resources probably don't feel like much.
The prisoners here all have very different personalities. Our needs are like violent beasts. If we can't face them properly, they'll grow restless and enraged, causing pain. But if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can even be converted into fuel for far nobler... Which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is the first step on...
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. And I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people.
And Paimon thought everyone was enjoying life just fine.
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress. For others, though, they would just be useless distractions.
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you knew this, but even His Grace sometimes fights in the ring.
What? You fight in the ring too? Wearing those high-tech boxing gloves?
Oh, I almost never need them.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right? You are looking a little pet.
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
He's still as weird as before.
Dugier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about that. As far as I recall, he's always been a little strange, but I'll check. After all, it's my responsibility as the leader to make sure that...
We'll leave him to you then. Where were we before we got sidetracked? Oh, right, about that. You might have thought that I was joking, but in a place like that, everyone will use everything in their power to win. And when emotions run high, things often spiral out of control. That would be when I need to pull out my gloves to maintain order. Sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs has also come in handy quite a number of times. Oops.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its special qualities. It won't affect me as long as I don't let it come into contact with my skin.
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for His Grace, would you?
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope it hasn't been damaged. Your Grace, please let me know if there's something wrong with it now.
It still looks good to me. Say, Dugier, have you ever seen a...
Never, Your Grace. Don't think I've ever been rich enough to afford this kind of a...
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I wanted to talk about, so let's wrap up for the day. The Traveler...
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm sure everyone would love it if you were to visit again. And that goes for you as well, Your Grace. We wish you all...
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for the rest of the day.
Well, what's your opinion of the Society now that you've taken a look around their headquarters?
Paimon thinks it's pretty chill. Paimon doesn't remember exactly what you said, but there's only one potential problem.
That is. But at this point in time, they're still reducing my workload by managing and rehabilitating. I wanted to see just how much they've managed to accomplish, and also get a sense of Dugier. I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity, but then I noticed some faint hints of dissonance.
Dissonance?
I'm sure the Traveler has sensed it too. As expected, you also... The whole truth is a bit complicated, so I'll explain everything to you later. I can tell you right now, though, that this was an unexpected turn. I had hoped to take care of it in secret, but now, confrontation may no longer be avoidable. It's hard to predict what might happen. Why don't you take this opportunity to check back on the gathering place? Just tell them you left something of yours there, but if my hypothesis is correct, Dugier should already have left. And with his watchful eye removed, you may well get a very different reception from the members.
Can't you just tell us exactly what to expect?
I'm just following the most popular playbook in Fontaine. Investigate, obtain evidence, and then use the truth to render judgment. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance at Opera Epiclese that I've even begun to miss it. I'll explain everything to you later. But right now, we need to seize this opportunity. Find out what you can from them now while they're all in one place. We might not get another chance like this.
It's just as Risley said. You said you felt there was something off about this. Paimon will do her best to help.
Wait, you guys are...
We're really sorry. We just realized that we lost something, and we figured we might have left it here by accident.
Oh, okay.
Nobody? It's okay. There's no need to be nervous. It's not like we lost a whole bag of Mora or anything. We'll just look for it ourselves if none of you caught a glimpse of it. We're not gonna tell Rise.
I'll go find Mr. Dugia.
No need. We're just looking for something. Why does he have to know? We can look around for it, yeah? Hey, hello?
Anyone home?
Hello? How can I help you? The Beret Society offers a variety of resources and benefits to its members, and...
You don't know...
sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just... There's nothing more I can tell you.
Hey!
What do you want?
Isn't this how you greeted us earlier?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You sure are a fast learner. I ate something earlier, so I'm falling into a bit of a food coma. You're looking for something, you said? I didn't see it, but,
Are you still organizing the bookshelves?
Yeah, and... I'm sorry. But you can't check out the books right now.
We weren't thinking about that to begin with, but weren't you super friends?
Sorry.
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Oh, you're back.
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
That would prove my suspicion. The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was acting super scared too when we saw him at the gathering place. Actually, hasn't he just been acting super paranoid since we first met?
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so the one who started it all was... It was you all along?
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really going on. I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable mental states. Not too long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit. But I don't know. It almost feels like the performance was too elaborate.
Okay, but if you think something's wrong, why don't you just take the whole society into cut? Aren't you the Duke? You can do whatever you want.
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position than I am. Just give me the word and I'll hand you the cuffs. In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used sparingly. They're mostly for show. Everything I do is on display. The way people see me act determines the kind of world I can create down here. And I've always striven to appear fair and reasonable to the people.
That sounds a bit deep. Paimon's not sure she got all of it.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I have to lead by example if I want to maintain expectations of justice and order. And that's why even though Dugier had already let a few things slip, I didn't want to turn on him without irrefutable evidence.
Alright, so you're saying Dugier has figured out some way to control the members of his society, and even though the members are acting all optimistic and motivated, it's all just a show.
Indeed. He certainly seems to be using some coercive methods to turn his members into the most upbeat and motivated group of people you've ever seen. And that won't turn out well in the long run. I have some faith, though, that some of the members understood the hint I gave during our visit. The line has been set, and it's quite likely that a fish will bite.
Fish?
Let's give them some time. My guards will need it to finish their investigation, too. You can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey! Don't just leave before you've explained everything to... It's finally evening. Risley's probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pull on the welfare meal?
Let's just get straight to the point. Has anything else happened with the society?
Patience, Paimon. Even as the situation continues to brew, we still need to make sense of what we learned so far and go over any... I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something amiss. Why didn't anyone come to me about it?
Oh, that's a good point. Could whatever they're afraid of be so powerful that even you won't be able to do anything?
But even if such a thing existed, how could they be so sure without checking with me first? It'd be one thing if it was just one or two people, but it seems like everyone's convinced that I won't be able to help. Which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them. Yes, something like that. Dugier must have told them something to make them think I won't take their side, so it became imperative for me to refute that and prove my true stance. Of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to improvise when you identified the guy who'd lost his hat with everyone present. There was no way to keep our investigation a secret after that.
That makes sense. Wait, but does that mean it was all Paimon's fault?
The last thing that guy wanted was for Dugier to find out that he'd lost it. He would have never brought the matter up on his own. But now, not only has Dugier found out that he'd lost his hat, he's also realized that we were the ones who found it. That likely set his internal alarms off all at once. Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's the only thing that could explain the fear. If we didn't act right then and there, Dugier would probably come up with some other way to hide the truth and we'd be back to square one. So after giving the matter some thought, I tossed that black gem onto the ground. I must say, I was pretty satisfied with the result.
Ah, so you did that on purpose?
Yes, that's right. Of course, that box was discovered as part of our investigation of the Society from the very beginning. I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen the gem before, but since I had to do something, I decided to gamble. Right. And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem represented. That should have been enough to let people know that it's still early days for my investment. And since I was traveling with you, heroes who have never turned a blind eye to evil, and they would also understand that we're here to help, rather than to tolerate or uphold.
You used us as a part of your plan too!
My apologies. There was no time, quite a lot to explain, so I figured it might be easier to just let you see a few things for you. But I can assure you that I've now told you everything there is to. Of course, you're under no obligation, but I would really appreciate it if you could continue to lend me your support and help me figure out the true secret behind the Society.
Would you be willing to lend me your...
But Paimon's still mad at you!
You have my thanks. Now, there are still 2 outstanding matters in our investigation. The first is the secret of the hats. I've examined one before. There was nothing suspicious about the item itself. The other is the true purpose of the black gem. We haven't been able to get anything out of anyone with actual knowledge of it. It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait and venture outside of their dark and murky. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone's been...
Please, do.
I apologize for my lack of composure. These 2 are the guests that came with you to... Yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you. Please, help us, Your Grace. He's in great...
Slow down, take a deep breath, and start from the top. What happened?
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I will try.
You mean when we saw him at the gathering?
Yes, he fled immediately. But many members are hot on his heel. Thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me and explain everything that had... Now that he's lost Dugier's trust, what awaits him is agonizing.
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's method of establishing control, as well as the thing we all fear the most. Rather than listening to me explain what it is, Your Grace, please. Every secret may be found within...
Not a gem.
Here you are. I was wondering where you had run off to, and please excuse us, Your Grace. It was never our intention. She rambles often.
I don't recall hearing a knock or giving permission for you to come.
Oh, my apology.
Like we'd believe you.
Please, there's no need to be upset. It's only...
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the lunatic out?
That would be perfectly fine with me. Oh, and just so you know, we've also found the missing Mr. Fasol. I had no idea why he was so upset about losing his hat, really. Thankfully, he has already returned to his...
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
This is what you're afraid of, correct? You can tell me everything.
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think there's anything else she would...
It's all right, Elise. As long as you tell me what it is that you're no matter what it is, it will no longer be able to hurt you. I swear...
Your Grace!
I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I really don't have anything more to say.
But...
In that case, Avis and I will be off.
Miss Avis, please show me your head. There's nothing there.
Your Grace, I know you have long tired of my words, but please believe me when I say the Society has never caused trouble for you. Or why are you doing everything in your power to prove our guilt? I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word.
Your words bore me. You know the consequences if I find you to be...
Everything that I do for the Fortress of Meripede. But Your Grace is welcome to visit us any time to confirm. All right, Avis.
Just what's up with that guy? We should have shown him.
Sooner or later, all will pay the price for their arrogance. He must have been well prepared for this exact scenario, or he wouldn't have dared to be so openly hostile. All the more reason for the entire society are his hostages. His subordinates would definitely react if he were taken into custody, and that's why he dared to bare his fangs right in front of me. The true secret of the Society is neither on the hat nor on the members' heads. Dugier probably knew this from the very beginning, which is why he didn't panic. However, if we were to look at the rules, it would also seem like the head has to be the place where they're keeping all of their secrets.
Yeah, none of this makes sense to Paimon either. What are they trying to...
From the way Dugier... But if there's nothing on... The hats are dead. But if there's nothing... From the way Dugier... I need to think... I
have an idea, but...
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier noticing. That would mean that Avise didn't stay silent out of fear. She stayed silent because she'd already given us what we needed. Let me take a look. I managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and conical. It's hollow on the inside, and looks something...
Paimon's
Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of... And some of it has been absorbed by this thorny-looking thing.
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions of humanity. With that in mind, this liquid is probably a highly concentrated solution of fear.
Oh, so that's why even touching it will make you remember unpleasant things.
Dugier would be able to censure others. I can only imagine how it would feel to have this directly injected into your brain. The moment it hits you would be like being flooded with all the terrors you've ever experienced in your life. Agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense of despair.
So, was the hat meant to cover up their wound?
That might not even be all. Let's go get them right away. We can't let Dugier escape with all of the evidence.
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into custody. They all tried to flee just a little while ago, as if they had received some kind of order. We decided to forestall their plan, and we're just about to send the word when you unexpectedly...
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this all over.
I had them stay here to keep an eye on things, so I'm glad that my intuition turned out to be correct. Perform a thorough search of the Society's headquarters and bring all the members...
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound on their head.
Ooh, Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna float away for a...
They probably left it there as a lasting reminder of Dugier's censure. These people must have had to endure an unimaginable amount of... Let's go check out the other areas, too.
Hey, come here. Have a look at this.
I'm right here, Paimon.
This is a book that Paimon... The colors of the covers are... Yeah!
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port. With this, Dugier would be able to remotely monitor everything that's happening at the gathering. So even if Dugier's not there in person, he'll still always have eyes on the members. Indeed. It's easy to become lost and confused when you're given no instructions or any kind of... And if any action you take may be deemed a mistake, Dugier has already tamed them to his will.
Your Grace, Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any society members in the other areas. It also seems like none of the equipment in those rooms were ever used. All the signs of wear and tear are the lime scale, the layers of dust. They were all deliberately added. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find anything. Their neighbors all say that they haven't returned.
Oh,
They're gone? That could only mean...
indeed. As long as he allowed society members to mingle with others, even with threats of censure, Dugier knew that he couldn't stop all of his members from speaking out. Meanwhile, this marvelous gathering place will lose all of its value as soon as a whistleblower sounds the alarm.
What's up,
Instead of
LNW?
being his
How's it
real
going?
base, this is just an elaborate performance. The rest areas, the fancy equipment, even the members that... And only the most docile and well-trained members were selected as his...
But then, where can we actually...
Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. And if he must be in Dugier's pocket. I'm of the same mind. Let's...
Give me that book. I want that book, boy. Oh, is it lower? Oh, okay.
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught wind of Dugier's declaration of war against me, and has fled to seek his... Let's keep heading down. There are some abandoned areas in there. We should be on the right track. No. Let's go. We can take this path. You guys take the other.
I was gonna say, like, we're not gonna just walk the entire time, are we?
Look! There's a fallen guard over there! Hyman sees some society members too!
After them!
That's right. Run!
Did Dugier send you? Why did you attack that guard?
Come on! It's time to talk! Can't you see that he's trying to help?
I will take your cooperation into consideration when it comes time to hand out
But Mr. Dugier, he didn't want this guy to expose. We were just about to dispose of him when you caught.
So, in other words, your headquarters should be this way.
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it there once you've seen him pass through a large drainage pipe.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find out what Dugier's really after.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I guess that works too. Ah, I need to eat my chicken nugget.
There's so much space down here!
Yeah, these are all former work areas. They've been left abandoned due to a lack of funds. There are usually guards on patrol here. It would seem that all of those guards have been bought as well. Stay sharp. He's got a ton of surprises waiting for us, I'm sure. Way now.
Steady as stone.
God's over!
Silence! Let's begin. It's going to get a little chilly.
Damn.
Not bad.
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now. Just follow the guard.
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dougie really prepared for it.
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received, as well as account for all the Gardamex that had mysteriously gone missing. Seems like he's prepared for an all-out confrontation with me.
Hey, what's this?
Ooh, chicken nuggets.
Seems like some kind of handbook. Let me see. Ah, this should be the Society's real rules book. It lists all the rules that they're expected to follow. Members are not permitted to speak to each other or to leave without formal permission. 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be punished for any single member's wrongdoings. Anyone who reports a fellow member's misbehavior shall be rewarded with food and water. I see. So it's much as I expected.
Is she? She ain't coming anytime soon then.
But that's just cruel and unreasonable.
She's coming in at 4.3.
To obtain food and water, prisoners are forced to snitch on others, and in the process cause pain to those around them. To avoid punishment, they learn to stop talking with one another. This leaves the wounds they've already received to fester, however, and so resentment builds until every prisoner has become an island. Finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their fate as Dougier's slaves. Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She rejected all the snacks in the box once she was spooked by that black gem. She's usually all for tasty snacks, but she chose to go against her instincts after a negative experience.
Yeah, I know. I already know, Relum.
Is that the best example you could come up with? Anyway, Paimon still thinks she made the right decision. It never hurts to be careful.
No, your decision was valid. However, it's also valid to interpret that as a decision that you only made under emotion. The human heart is like a raft in a vast and empty ocean. We convince ourselves that we're in control, but in truth, a single wave could sweep us off course and send us crashing into the path of a storm. Those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime. If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of it. Rather than confront Dugier, I think it's more important right now for us to rescue as many society members as possible. You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other spots.
Open the door. Would we have to do something to this mechanism here? Forget it. Pirate's just gonna do some trial and error. Whoa! It's turning! Is it because we touched this thing? The other side's open! Let's go.
A moment, please. Kind of a sick trip. Run away now. Let's begin. Away now.
It's so high! We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
Looks like there's a mechanism that's gotten stuck. It won't turn alongside the others. Is there something we can do?
Oh. Fuck. Oh, okay. Makes everything easier.
Ooh! The water level's gone way up! So that's how we'll make it to the top.
I like Risley's moveset. It's really good for combinations.
These should be the prison cell. Lots of empty cells in here.
Let's still rescue the ones who got left behind, though. Every person...
No, I won't try to leave anymore. So close to me. I don't want any.
No, we're not gonna do that. Please calm down.
We won't be able to get through to her right now. Not with the stress I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her. Let's let the guards take care of them for now and keep...
Damn. Is it a guy or a girl? Looks like a guy. I mean, he did say daughter, so yeah, of course it is, but just be sure.
Door's open. Huh. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll go take a look.
I leave this area to you.
Understood. And please take care as well, Your Grace. We'll return here right away.
Mm-hmm. Just focus on the tasks you've been given. I already have reliable help. Let's go back. We have that mechanism from the first room. Maybe we'll also need to hold it in place using the same... Don't forget to bring these along.
Can't just do both of them. Fuck. I fucked it up. I had it in the right path. I think I was supposed to do this one first. Now I gotta do it. Fuck. Oh, there's no reason. Oh, fuck, man. Almost got it though. I just gotta do this one now. Oh. There we go.
I must confess to being furious. To think that there are still some of you who find it permissible to spit upon our rules. Remember their names. Fasal and Avis. They've betrayed, and today you will see with your own eyes what'll go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn in your hand. Of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again and again, and don't stop until you've pushed all.
Fasal.
Oh, shut your wretched mouths! When did I give you permission? My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nausea.
Is that...
Oh, Risley. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to be so quick. Must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already?
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and looting. And on top of that, look at your people. Are they not starving as you wolf down your...
You. Stop acting all high and mighty like... Have you forgotten? Nobody in this blasted fortress is innocent. We are all irredeemable monsters who have just... What's so wrong about punishing those who deserve to be punished? And please, are you really gonna tell me that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this place running?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen... The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also a place for rebirth. Just as people are free to give in, they may have made mistakes, but they are still human beings with people and things that they... And most importantly, they should always retain the freedom to choose their own path once they've But you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away so that they'll become slaves who will never again... And you say that's what they've always deserved?
He's really mad.
You think me arrogant, Risley. Well, I think you're too young and naive. Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. A dumping ground of pain and misery. No prisoner will listen to you out of gratitude of their hearts. The whip is the only way. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already taken control of all the garden mechs in this place. Your vision gives you strength. But how long will it hold against these powerful constructs?
You talk big, but in the end, you know nothing outside of power and control. In that case, Let me give you a small taste of what real... A moment, please. Stay cool and face your guilt.
Ah, I messed it up.
Get a little chilly. If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight?
I'm warning you. Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should set an example.
Funny how that slipped my mind. Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood. Sorry for taking so long. Did I keep you waiting?
No, not at all.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. There's no way that I could truly empathize with the fear that the members... I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but it might still not be enough to repair the damage that has been done. I have to take responsibility for it, as does the fortress. You're right. Besides formal apologies and reprimands, I also probably need to head upstairs to have a talk about how best to manage the guards.
So, do you have a plan for how you're gonna deal with him?
Oh, Dugier? I've already got an idea. For now, I think I'll do nothing.
Huh?
I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of punishments that will soon be coming his way.
Yeah, pretty much. To be honest, if I was him and I did all that, I would have targeted the husband and wife, and I would have tried to kill them, and then kill myself. Something like that. I don't know. Or take hostage. At least that's the most ready E for everyone, you know.
He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the details of his punishment. Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot-free. It's not often that I actually get the chance to be creative with my punishments. I'm going to talk to the members of the Society. He'll get a chance to experience everything that he's ever inflicted on them.
Creative.
Paimon didn't know you could also be so harsh. Looks like she should watch her
Well,
tongue
that's
when
just
she's
that's
around
just
you
my
in the future.
personality. Like, if I'm already gonna be dead, if I was in that situation and he defeated all those robots, I'd be like, yeah, I'm already dead. I'm already have a lot of coming at me. If I'm still alive, so I might as well end it all. But before that, let me just kill these two that I wanted to kill, and then kill myself. So, you never took me alive. But the most reasonable one is take hostage and try to get out of the situation. I guess that's the most reasonable one.
Why do you think I'd do that kind of thing to you? You offend me, Paimon. Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so much for all of your help. There's still a lot for me to take care of, so how about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2 days at the Coupon Cafeteria. We should have a better handle on things by then.
No, Paimon's had enough of that place.
Don't worry, it won't be the same old welfare meal. I'll make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, then you've got...
It says here, Redlam is a piece of shit. And gay. The more we know. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what can you do? So, he is very fast. Yeah, you just pointed something out. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what can you do in that situation? You're pretty far from the you know, the hostage, right? However, Risley is very far from you, but he is super fast, like the Sonic, and he can literally just catch you when you're trying to take hostage. So you might as well take all the lives you can, and then boom. If I were really the bad guy, so I don't know. He's not truly evil, because if he was truly evil, then he would have done it. But he's not. He just wanted vengeance, and he's just a coward and all. So that's about it.
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind him for sure. That's not what Paimon meant at all. Risley, you got what Paimon meant, right?
Well, the thing is, I guess as I think that's good and true in this place. But if I was in, I don't know, Leeway or Inazuma, you probably would take your own life because the punishments are too harsh. And Fontaine and in this imprisonment, it's not harsh at all, even though you committed like crazy amount of crimes. But I don't know. It just depends how you look at it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it just depends where you are, and this perfect performance, I guess you would just stop. So, I don't know.
I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you too!
Jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that it shouldn't be too difficult to extract the thorns, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period of rest. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well. We've added a few who were more severely affected to a special observation list.
You sure got everything taken.
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead. Ah, that's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family I lived with as a child.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other. Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn us over to be individually adopted by families of greater means, and go on to adopt more young children. They were perfect parents. Or so I thought.
And then?
And then, I found out we were merely raised as livestock. Once we had reached a certain age, our parents would bring us to the market for sale. All children that were sold would leave the house.
Slaves.
Nobody would know what became of them. As for those who didn't sell, they were merely... Did you know I once considered myself an extremely lucky child? And all of my friends, all of my siblings, they all felt this way as well. I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out before me were simply added to the disposal pile. I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our parents' adoring. Yes, like this society, my parents created a facade of joy, lied to satiate their desires, and even employed incredibly cruel methods to keep their grasp on power. They did all of that, but never considered how their actions would utterly ruin all the children they took under their wing. Worse, perhaps they never cared about that at all, but I did. So in the end, I killed them and set all of the remaining children free.
And then that's how you came down there.
And exiled to the fortress of Mer. My methods were extreme, yes, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those I trusted most, and I didn't think that more moderate ways would solve the problem. My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. I've already committed to this path, regardless of what anyone may say about it. The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not happen again in my new home.
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a Vicent Fasol!
It was all because you arrived in time. I managed to escape unscathed.
We came here on impulse today, because we were hoping that you'd be able to lend us a hand.
Please, go on right ahead. I'll do my best to help.
It's... I'd like to be wedded to Avis here at the fortress.
I've never seen blushing in this game yet before.
You're getting married?
Yeah, we met each other through the society and both fell into Dugier's trap. But even during our time there, we never doubted each other. We always believed that Dugier was manipulating us, trying to make us mistrust him after this incident. We've come to believe that we've found the one for the rest of us.
You could say we managed to make the best out of a bad situation. He didn't abandon me, and I didn't force, but we're still both prisoners. And we also aren't sure if the fortress is the best place to host some, so we are just wondering.
You're right in that the fortress has never hosted a wedding before. But that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the arrangements. If you need anything special shipped in from the surface,
We are actually also planning to stay here after the conclusion of our sentences.
Yeah, we've already made tons of special memories here. And we have full confidence in the fortress's future with you.
Your trust is the highest form of praise.
Hey, loosen up a bit! Shouldn't you be the happiest man in Teyvat to hear that people would like to stay of their own free will?
Yeah, I'll always take a genuine expression of faith over any obligation to obey.
Sweet. That was a cool ending. And a lot of new features as well. This is some bullshit. An egg? Wow, fuck out of here, man. Unfinished comedy. What? Didn't I already complete this? Oh, ain't fucking Risley a regular human? I'm sure fucking Evelyn was just a chief for a long time, so yeah, exactly. What the fuck are you talking about, Rhythm? He's probably more than 500 years old too. The nickname is just so lame. You know, this Darcy. This is not important unless you're the quest. This is it's gonna be some bullshit if this is true. Oh my fucking god, it is. I thought I already completed this. What the fuck? Unfinished comedy is literally the main stream. God damn it, we have to do it now because of the stream title. Skirt Master Lore? What do you mean? Like skirt or what? The girl who babysit the giant whale? Oh, okay. Yeah. She seems to be super overpowered. So. Coupon millionaire. Oh man. What time is it? 5:34. Wow, has this child actually fucking committed a crime here? Oh god. What? She's hiding now. She was born there? Ah. Makes sense. Maybe next time. Something quest? I'll do this next time. I completely forgot about this quest. So, talk to little girl. Yeah. I completely forgot the little girl, so... I mean, the stress. I think I did 1, 2, 3... 4. I did 4 story quests so far, so... It has a ton of lore. And I got 4 left. It's insane how small and small is getting. I'm hoping there'll be a Farina Act 2 quest. I really do hope. Hopefully. Do want to summon some shit though. Is it possible to summon right now? I'll tell you what though, I'm out of money. Oh, never mind, I have $230,000 again. Somehow, somewhere. Fuck, whatever. Whatever. It's not the best, but we'll... fuck it. Golden Trip? Yeah, of course she does. Duh. I knew that when she was first air on the first hour when the update came out. So how I knew? It's because her sword. That's why her sword is what I'm like. Oh, okay. She's another Nevalette character type. So. I want to summon Farina so bad. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. That's what you thought? That's what I need to do, though.
I cannot help but feel that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt.
No such thing. No such thing. Nevertheless, don't worry.
You're still...
The whale's so tanky. It's not that tanky. I was able to kill it easily.
Time to go!
No stone.
This may hurt a little. Committed to memory.
Oh, I got 3. Nice. Or was it 1 the entire time? I don't remember. Well, I think I'm done. I'm pretty tired. I'm spent the rest of my time playing Grand Summoners. Is it like raiding with her Electro Chef? I don't know, man. You have Farina. What are you talking about? You just test her out by yourself. You have Farina, man. Hey, we got a Flowers on Main. I don't see it that often. You mean the whale? I don't know. You mean the whale weekly boss? Oh. Yeah, I don't freaking know. I only fought the whale once, so. You know what? I'm desperate. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't give a shit. I want to start now. I sure summoned them fucking Barbados hands. God damn it. Whatever. And that buys you another 4-star. Cool. Probably increase my luck. I just want to start summoning so I can get closer and closer and closer to Farina. Why is he still there? Wait, let's see. Yeah, we got another 10 summon coming up once I finish this whole thing. Okay, I don't know why we was doing it, but yeah, it's fixed now. So yeah, once I get all this, should be fine. What the fuck? Who the fuck is Farina?
I see the value in my own, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
This is the 3rd person. They're already gone. You waste your time here.
Being too cute.
You wasted time here. Well. dumbass. Alright, well, in the first phase of the battle, I can barely deal 1/8 of its HP, one rating burst. I don't remember what I used, but I don't remember what I used. I think I used Nevelet in a 4-player team. I think I used Nevelet. Yeah, but I'll see you later, Grim. Farina will be mine before the banner's gone. Alright, peace.